Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I think I remember to bring everything downstairs at the last second. Yes, I get downstairs with the last item, and I see that famous logo animation. I'm like, I'm gonna have to rush to my chair, and I'm gonna be so out of breath. But I got it all downstairs, I think. Who else do we have? We have Kibbs with Retro. Hi, Kibbs. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have Jack68K. Hi, Jack. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. We have DTM Ace 1. Hi, Ace or DTM, or not sure which one you prefer for short. Probably whatever comes out of my mouth. I can't even talk. We have Gut Bomb. Yes, I was just in time. Like, literally. Like, literally just in time with the last item. We have Adam. Hello, nerds. Well, hello, Adam. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hi, Jeremy. We have Apples Anonymous. Hi, Apples Anonymous. We have K-Mac Vintage. Hi, Will. We have 2K Compliant. Something this computer probably isn't. Hi, 2K. We have Retro Tech or Die. Hi, Mike. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have and DTM Ace 1 says Ace. All right, yes, it goes well. Bit rainy. It started raining really hard as soon as I got onto the highway to come home from work. Luckily, I wasn't in any hurry, and I took it 10 under the speed limit. That's how hard it was raining. And yes, for anyone that knows, I do drive a Subaru Forester, and it was raining that hard that I went 10 under the speed limit. That's how hard it was raining. By the time I got home, it was like just sprinkling, so it was no problem going to go get the mail today, which is good because we have potential Wheel of Regrets material here. This was in the mail today. Other potential Wheel of Regrets material here. I've got some PS2 mouse parallel port headers. I have no idea how they decided what to put together with PS2 ports. I would have maybe preferred some serial in PS2, but those are nowhere to be found. Yeah, 2K Compliance says, yikes. Yeah, that tells you how hard it was raining. Oh, yeah. And then I got some more Wheel of Regrets potential here. We'll take a look at these in a moment, too. Yeah, Sadmac says, Wheel of Regrets. Yes. Oh, and then we got one other item here. And I think I got some more stuff I have to catch up on at some point, but that'll require me to figure out where I put it in the basement. So anyways, let's get to that Wheel of Regrets material. After I fix my zoom level here. All right, all of the items that I have on the bench right now came from eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. And we're starting off with two, count them, 1, 2 PS2 mice. I will let folks take a guess as to which of these two mice that I bought the lot of 2 mice for. And I suspect that if you actually had a chance to guess in the chat, because I'm not going to let you because of reasons. I got enough to do tonight. You'd probably guess wrong, because you'd probably think that, oh, I bought it for the nice Microsoft PS2 mouse, because maybe it's actually like a bus mouse or something like that, but no, you'd be wrong. I didn't buy it for the Microsoft PS2 mouse, and it is a PS2 mouse. It's, it says mouse port compatible mouse. It is definitely a PS2 mouse, and that's not why I bought it, although we will at some point see if this mouse works. Yes, the Microsoft mouse is very shiny, and sometimes I do buy items on eBay because they're very shiny, or that's what you all probably think. No, I actually bought the lot of 2 mice for this absolutely boring, generic-looking mouse. Because this, I believe, is the mouse that I had with my first PC. This absolutely boring, generic-looking PS2 mouse from Mitsumi. Because the more I stared at the photo, the more I realized that I think I had such a boring mouse. So yes, I bought a lot of 2 mice because it had the Mitsumi mouse that at least looked to be in good shape. We'll see if it's a regret later. Because yes, this was like one of the parts I bought for VCF East, and well, and so is this here. So I will let folks try to guess what might be in this package here, which I will hopefully not spoil my address in trying to open. But to give you a clue, here's the side of the AT case we'll be dealing with later. And there you go. So now you have a size reference. Let's see here. Let me find something to help me open this with. It's actually rained kind of hard a couple times today here. I know there was the storm coming, I guess, east. Did a real number in West Virginia. We'll just say that yeah, a very large, Frank S. says, a very large Trident card. Funny, Frank. Actually, hold please. It's Priority Mailbox. Thank you for playing. See, yeah, I bought a Priority Mailbox on eBay, even though you can get them for free from the post office. Oh, actually, it looks like I bought 2 Priority Mailboxes. So if you wonder why they keep having to raise the postage cost, it's because eBay sellers use Priority Mailboxes for packing Ground Advantage packages. Because I guess what the post office doesn't see makes them simply just raise the shipping price for everyone. Okay, I sure hope this survived. Oh, lovely. And of course, they packed it in paper. I'm not sure that's the correct packing material for this. Whoop, and that probably just gave away what's in the package. Oh, that's right. I forgot. There was a mouse included with it, but it's the wrong mouse. If it's any hint, it's also a very generic Mitsumi mouse, but it's got a scroll wheel. I'm pretty sure the mouse I had with my first computer didn't have a scroll wheel. Yeah, it's another mouse. Yeah, and what goes well with mice? Now, this was actually one of the easier things to identify. It just took me longer to actually find it than it did to identify it. Or maybe rather, find it at the price I was willing to pay for it, because... But yes! So whenever I get to show off my first PC rebuild, you will get to see the absolutely fantastic Mitsumi keyboard. KPQ E99ZC-13. I'm pretty sure this is the correct model, because from the photo, the very blurry photo, I could see the two decorative speed bumps on the top. I guess this was so that you could set a, I don't know, because this was in the olden days when we still had like pencils and pens and stuff on your desk, so there was a nice little pencil tray in your keyboard. But yes, this keyboard's not winning any awards at all. I'm pretty sure it's a membrane keyboard, but it is an AT keyboard, because I know the motherboard I bought used AT. It's got the speed bumps. It has the Windows keys, because I can tell in the photo that it's obviously a keyboard that has Windows keys and the gray keys. I was pretty sure it was a Mitsumi keyboard. It just took me a while to find one that I was willing to pay the price and that wasn't like super duper yellowed. Then, because this keyboard is just, ugh. It's no match for mechanical keyboards. Yeah, Adam says, I still have pencils and pens on my desk. Yes, I have X-Acto knives and markers. So there we go. Yeah, it's not a great keyboard, but it was the keyboard I had on my first PC, so I had to have one so I could rate my keyboard selection on a scale of 1 to 10. I think I'm going to give myself a -7. Although then again, I think I was too young to have realized the merits of mechanical key switches at that point. Yes. I think I'm going to give that keyboard a -7 for its kind of, it sounds good, but the key action is definitely membrane keyboard. Oh, Francois says ANSI versus ISO layout. I think this is kind of the layout that keyboards standardized to in the US. So we've got our big enter key. We've got the Windows keys. It's at least got the arrow keys in the correct orientation. We got the number pad. We've got our full complement of keys. There we go. Adam says the enter key is too small. That probably really is. Also, the key switches in that thing are like entirely too mushy. The backspace. The backspace is really tiny. Okay, I'll take that back. Maybe it was. Maybe we did at least make slightly larger backspace keys. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. And finally, the item that someone guessed close to what this is. But I'm going to have to ask you to smash that like button now, because if Ryan joins us, he'd probably be kind of disappointed in me. Oh, looky here. It's a 3D lamp illusion. I hope it's not. You know, sometimes you get the weirdest of boxes when you buy stuff on eBay. Gupbum says, look closer, that is an odd layout. Alright, well, we'll pull it back on the bench after I get done facing the feedback from the audience on why did I buy this card? Oh, why did I cheat on Trident? Actually, that song doesn't really fit that well. Yes, so I picked up this Cirrus Logic video card because it was like super cheap. Also, it has Rambus memory on it. Yeah, Rambus, that memory technology that was so wonderful that its replacement memory type took the industry by storm. So, anyways, yes, it is a CLGD 5465 video card with 4 megabytes of Rambus memory. And no, your eyes are not deceiving you. In fact, I had trouble noticing this in the auction photos, but wow, that is a really weird pin layout on those Rambus chips. Francois says, I put the dent in Trident. Yeah. Apple's Anonymous, why are people wrapping electronics in bubble wrap? Kib says, card of regret. Jeremy says, check my Discord DM after the stream, ? Well, actually, I was going to, all 3 messages are from you. Never mind. Ah! Funny, Jeremy. Funny. Yeah, it's like a 2x AGP. It's got Rambus memory. Notice the R there. I'm sure this is probably a regret just because it's... Yeah, it is a funny package indeed. There you go. It's a Cirrus Logic. It's got the 4 megabytes. You can see the terminators on the Rambus there. Spared no expense. I can only imagine that these extra pins here were for a different memory layout, because I don't think this board supports more than 4 megabytes. For all I know, though, there might be some pads under this memory. I don't know. It's weird. Anyways, yeah, I got a video card. It was packed in bubble wrap. I'll probably regret it because it was, well, it uses Rambus. And hi, Retrotech Chris. Yes, I am working on the really tall computer. I've already unboxed it because I needed to check it. And I paid $90 for this beige case, which actually probably in the grand scheme of things is probably not that bad. I think when I came up with the catchy title for my thumbnail, I'd probably forgotten that it was like only $90 plus tax because it had free shipping. But still, that was more than I paid for one of these cases originally back in 1997. I am sure of it, even though this is the mid-tower version of the case and not the mini tower. Now, of course, one thing that makes the case is what comes in the case. Yeah, Retrotech Chris says, haha, yeah, I don't remember how much I spent, but... Well, this is the case I had. Well, not... This case isn't like the case, but this is... This is the style case. I mean, and I cannot go any wider on the camera than that. It had the display. We'll be setting this to 90. There's the case badge spot. There's the turbo switch. It's got a reset. It's got a key lock, and I certainly hope the key lock is unlocked because I do not have the keys for it. It has a floppy drive. I do not know if it's the right one. We have a hard drive carrier, and yes, I have already tried to pull this out. It is locked in place. And we have what looks like a Packard Bell CD-ROM drive. Prove me wrong. Well, we'll probably figure it out when we take that out because it's the wrong CD-ROM drive. Let's see here. We have other guesses as to what is in the case. Oh, yeah. Kib says 90 bucks, 90 well-spent bucks. Yes, it is the correct case. Retrotech Chris has the little brother of this case. Yes, I've seen it. It's cool. I think you have your Pentium 233 in it, if I'm not mistaken. Jeremy says that's probably one of the cases that I had on my eBay watch list for 4 years, lol. Yeah, I actually didn't have this on a watch list because I couldn't remember what brand it was. I'm still not sure I know what brand it is, although Ron sent me an auction listing for an overpriced mini tower version of this case, and it looked like the brand might be Walnut. Also, what style of contact paper LGR would be putting on the side of his. Chris says my original Pentium system was also built in a case like this. Yes. Adam McGee is guessing there will be battery, acid, and rust inside. Gut Bomb votes spiders. Retrotech Chris says, I shipped it home from college poorly. It cracked. I replaced it with an Enlight case. Kib says, lift the camera up higher. Well, it is as high as it can go without me completely detaching it from the mount and then me messing with it for 30 minutes to put it back on. Zedmax says a dead hard drive. Yeah, probably. Gibbs is saying that is a Packard Bell drive. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to switch over to my new camera rig, and I have a few pieces I need to get for it. But anyways, the target bag is just on my desk to keep me from scratching up the sides of the case, because while it has a few dents in it, I'm just going to leave them in there as patina because I'd rather leave the original finish on it as long as possible. I will probably replace the screws because it's got a mismatch of screws. I am going to guess that there are some razor sharp edges in this case. Although probably not as sharp as some of the even cheaper cases I work with. I don't remember if these actually have... Actually, these cases might have, like... Oh, maybe these cases had a slightly rolled over edge on them, so maybe it's not as sharp as I think. There were some that were like... I remember we got at the shop that were like galvanized steel. And they basically had... Oh, thank you, Diego. I need to fix that animation. I don't, something broke it in OBS, and I've never managed to figure out how to fix it. That's like OBS's default animation, I believe. All right. No, they're not rounded over edges, but they're not like the super sharp ones. There's dust inside of it. Ooh. A courtesy screw. All right. Whoop. What do we have there in the corner? Oh, that looks suspicious. All right, let's get that out of there. Oh, it's just some cardboard and lint. I hope that's just lint. All right. Yeah, I think I pretty much slammed the camera with the case. Oh well. Should I completely destroy the camcorder, I have a spare. And I could probably get more like it on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. All right, so what do we have in this case? We have we do have a fan with a proprietary connector on it that I have no hopes of being able to plug into anything because that's a proprietary connector. Yay, I love proprietary connectors. Not. We have a nice long IDE cable and a sound cable that may or may not be the right one for the drive I actually need to use, but hey, bonus. And we got that CD-ROM drive. Let's take it out. And we'll take this drive caddy out. Frank says, if you don't bleed... hold on. Trying to read the chat while putting the cap back on my knife. If you don't bleed after working on those types of cases, you weren't really working on it. Yeah, I'm going to try not to do that. Oh, Chris said he had a Pentium system in the case like this, but he's got a 486 VLB in it now after getting parts from Bill Lewis. Cool. Retrotech Chris says, I think I regret the things I buy on AliExpress more. I bought one of those new Pocket 386 things that's on the way. Yeah, you go, okay. I don't have some of the merch up yet because I'm slowly populating it. But if you go to shop.jdmcs.com, I launched a merch store on April 1st, and I'm sure everyone thought it was a joke, but I actually did. So yeah, you can go there. I have the April Apples merch up. Uh, Ace says that connector's from Radio Shack. I have some on the fan. Okay. Gutbomb says the idea of Visa Local Bus is so much cooler than the reality of Visa Local Bus. Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, I can though tell you that Visa Local Bus is faster than PCI, but it definitely was not a expansion slot technology that could expand with newer processors. It was tied to the 486. Although there were some 386 systems that had Visa Local Bus. I have a board that does. It's a 386 board that does, but it doesn't work. And I started to try to repair it and then stopped because I was causing more damage than I was fixing. There are also some Pentium motherboards that have Visa Local Bus slots. Again, those really aren't true Visa Local Bus slots because I believe they are on a PCI to Visa Local Bus bridge on the chipset or something like that. Yeah. Chris has a Pentium board that has all ISA slots. Yes. Now, Visa Local Bus means really is the Visa Local Bus, and it was actually a direct connect to the 486 processor. Yeah, and it was a bridge technology between ISA and PCI. Yes. It whoever put this computer together back in the past did not put the standoffs on correctly. I do believe you're not supposed to put the insulator on the bottom side of the standoff. I believe you're supposed to put that on the top side of the motherboard. Shame, shame. All right, and we're going to have to get this front cover off somehow so I can set the processor speed, and let me guess. There are screws holding it on. Yeah, probably. All right. Okay, so I see one screw on the top. Oh, actually, I may not have to remove it. I might be able to get to the jumpers on that board without removing it. I just won't be able to show it on camera very well, but there's the board. It does have the power switch from the power supply. All right, we'll have to deal with that later. Okay. Take a look at what was in the case. So we have an NEC floppy drive. I'm noticing a trend here. I'm kind of wondering if someone had a Packard Bell and upgraded newer computer and replaced the case or something like that. Because that is definitely an NEC floppy drive, which I find very interesting going alongside the NEC CD-ROM drive. CDR 1300A. Let me see here. Manufactured August 1996. I bet this did come out of a Packard Bell. I mean, NEC made drives for other manufacturers. Oh, except the only thing is I don't see. I thought Packard Bell put a label on their drives, but maybe they didn't. Maybe this is just an OEM drive. But that's cool. Let's see. That case will have screws. Yeah. All right. So we got an NEC floppy drive. Unfortunately, I don't think this is the right brand for the rebuild. I'm having trouble telling, though. May have to see what color the LED is. I think I've got a Mitsumi floppy drive because I'm pretty sure that's what I actually had. All right. And now, of course, what everyone's wondering, but I already know the answer because it was kind of hard for me to not notice. But anyways, would anyone like to take a guess as to what size hard drive is in the enclosure? Well, I catch up on the chat momentarily. Let's see here. Ace says that case will have screws. Yeah, I saw the screws. I'll try not. I don't want to remove them because getting those covers back on can be difficult. It's like got screws and clips. All right, Jeremy says, so I wonder why my leading edge PC with a Pentium 60 has the spot for an unpopulated Visa local bus slot. I would offer Jeremy it might not actually be a Visa local bus slot. You all are going to be so disappointed. It was a trick question. Of course, now how am I going to get this out to show you that it was a trick question? Oh, because the key lock really is locked in the locked position. Great. Oh, hi Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda. He asked what size, not how much storage. Yeah, there's no hard drive in here. There's no hard drive in it at all. All right. I wonder what the chances are that these keys here that go to something completely different will unlock this. I can't believe it. These keys that go to something completely unrelated totally worked. Mind blown. Oh, unscrew the collar. Oh, actually, this is one of those fancy locks that they made it harder to just remove the lock than. I mean, the cool thing is I have this and I can use it on some other build, but yeah. You know, the ironic thing is I'm surprised they didn't just like pull it out. Like pull the whole thing out, but it almost seems like they might have removed the hard drive. Because I do see signs that there was a hard drive in here. If you notice the scuffs and the dust line. So there was a drive in here. I don't think someone just mounted this empty in the case, but it is beyond me why they like. I bet they were able to get the cover off without removing the tray somehow. Yeah. Yeah, I know. So it's nice that I have the caddy, but yeah, boo that there's no hard drive in it. All right, well, at least I have the key for it. Yeah, it just uses a big honkin' Centronics connector. Oh yeah, these resistors here look like they were running warm. Why in the world are there voltage converters? What possible purpose? Oh, those must be switching MOSFETs. My audio's misbehaving. Hold on, please. All right, cool. Well, I guess I'll put these keys with the hard drive caddy because apparently, even if they aren't the right key, they fit the lock. Probably because at the end of computers having key locks, I bet they all just pretty much use the same key because why make lots of different keys when no one uses the key lock anymore and you can just make one? Hi, One Bit, welcome! Hello, all the PC fans of the world unite. Or as we could say, hello, all the walking trip hazards of the world untie. I spent too long thinking about that one. Yes, this lovely, fashionable Target bag is here only because I needed something to put the computer case on to not scarf it up. It's working right again. All right. What will take the place of that enclosure, if anything? Well, Jeremy, you will find out in due time tonight because we are going to put things back in. And believe me, I will not have any empty 5 1/4 inch bays. I will not have any empty 3.5 inch bays, even though I don't have the bay covers. Although, if I needed bay covers, I think Ron posted the STL file. Well, I guess I can spoil the beans because you could just go back to the last live stream where I worked on this and probably figure out that to take the place of that hard drive caddy is a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive, and to Francois says, "Stay on target, please." Hi, Francois. Yes, to take the place of the hard drive caddy is a floppy drive, and to take the place of that CD-ROM drive is the correct CD-ROM drive. One Bit says remake all the MS-DOS BBSs to bring back the proto-internet. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Yes, I am removing these for a reason. It may not be a very good reason, but it's a reason. I'm also going to remove this fan because I can't plug it in, and I'm going to have to replace the connector so that I can plug it in. Because the one thing I do know about the fan that's in here, it's probably the correct volume level for the system. Remember, this is a first PC rebuild, so I'm trying to keep things as authentic as possible, including the fact that computers were louder because we didn't have things like Noctua fans back then. It was just assumed that your PC would make large levels of noise and that you would just equate large levels of noise with high-performance computing. That your computer was going fast because it was moving large amounts of air. Oh, yes, it is an innovative fan with an innovative amount of dust in it. Ugh. Yeah, I bet that fan's going to be noisy. I'll probably just replace the connector. Ew. Okay. That's gross. Let's fix that. me see if I can find the brush that I thought I had, but lost track of again. Okay. Okay, don't know what I did with the brush. All right. I thought I saw it on my workbench while I was cleaning up the things that were on my workbench because I still had the Mac floppy drive on the workbench because I took the weekend off. And then I got down here and realized that, oh, I've got an incredibly dirty Mac floppy drive still on my workbench. And it's all disassembled and taken apart. And there is no way I'm going to get it back together in a reasonable amount of time to put it back together tonight. So, yeah. All right. All right. We have dedusted the computer. Thomas says noise equals quality. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that's probably what they wanted you to think, because a quality computer is a noisy computer. So, quit your belly aching. Okay, let's remove this front cover because I need to get to that LED display. We got to set that to 60 before I forget and power the system back up and realize it says something completely wrong. Because after all, I wouldn't want I think I'm the first person to have removed this cover because that was quite the satisfying snap of the screw. Yes, I believe I am the first person to remove that screw. All right, so there's one there, and there's a clip down here. There's also one screw here, which I'm going to have trouble showing you, but it's on the case right above the power switch. Ooh. First one to remove that screw, too. Actually, that's kind of a bit of an unsatisfying noise because that's also the noise plastic makes when it cracks. All right, and then there is one screw up here, and it's going into metal. I'm not as worried about it. That's why it didn't make a snapping noise. And then I think, there we go. Ah, and now it's the cable management that someone did with these cables that is holding the entire thing in. All right, one moment, please. All right, RIP zip tie from the late 90s. You will be missed because I will not be replacing you because high school me didn't know about cable management, so therefore there will be no management of the cables. I'm sure that is going to trigger someone, but this is a first PC rebuild, not a first PC correct all of my mistakes. Although, I am going to make one concession. I will put some thermal paste under the processor unless there's a thermal pad on the heatsink. That is the one concession I will make. Past that, some of the cables are going to be messy. I'm just hoping I don't, there we go. Oh, I don't know where I launched that part of the zip tie to, but there we go. Yes, I'm not going to fix all of my mistakes, but I will at least fix there probably should have been thermal paste under the processor mistake. Only because I don't want to like completely damage my processor. Okay, there we go. We got the front panel off. Now, of course, the really interesting part of this is I don't know what I set it. Ew. Okay. Let's that uh ah, ah, Jeremy says if noise equals quality, then my vintage super micro server must be very high quality. It's very loud when running. Yeah. I was joking, of course. Kim says if noise is power, let me run a G5 without its plastic air shroud. I mean, that's why Greg Rutke did a air cooled mod on a liquid cooled G5, right? Because noise is quality. Also, you all are misspelling quality in this sense. It's QUALTEE, quality. Yeah, noise equals quality. Emphasis on the T. Which, if you're in the South, probably has copious amounts of sugar in it. All right, let's get rid of this caked on crusty dust. And hi, Ryan, welcome. You missed the part of the live stream that I was hoping you would miss because I had to unbox something out of a box that would have probably disappointed you. All right, let's see if I can't find the instructions for this display quality. Jeremy, I think that's the kind you get down at the local IGA, maybe, or the generic kind at the grocery store. Quality. I expect royalties on that name. ROALTEAS. Royalties. Yeah, exactly. Boom, boom. All right, let's see if I can't find the instructions for this. It looks like it is an S hyphen 305H. Unfortunately, that screws on top of part of it. Oh, let's see here. Oh, there's a sharp carousel microwave with the same part number. A Homedics, not even going to guess what that is thing. Oh, there we go. And the Vogons forum post I was actually looking for, I believe. Let's see. Oh, that's not the right Vogons forum. Let's see here. It was on. Actually, I don't think that was a Vogons post that I'm looking for. Whoop, Chris has it. All right. Yes, there we go. That looks right. Let's see here. Can I? Let's see that share. Open image, a new tab. which opens it in a tab that I can't see because of my light on my camera. There we go. And let's blow that up so I can actually see it. Ah, yes, here we go. Yes. Oh, yeah. I remember setting these. These were so much fun. Yay. Actually, let me see if I can't. Here we go. Let's do this. Here we go. So, courtesy of RetroTech Chris. Uh-oh. Well, Ryan is very disappointed in me. I will have to buy a Trident card for next time, Ryan. But it won't be the one I was watching because someone bought it before I could buy it, which is really weird. I don't know why anyone would want to buy Trident cards. Friends don't let friends, unless their friend is Justin DVD Morgan, buy Trident cards. So spread the word. Spread the word. Friends don't let friends buy Trident cards. Unless their friend's name is Justin DVD Morgan. Oh, Gupom says, I thought you had a P90 and this machine. Was it a P60? No, it's a P90. It's a P90. This case came from eBay. I don't, if there's a, I think Jeremy had the Pentium 60. I mean, a long time ago, I think we had a Pentium 62, but that was not my first PC. That was like possibly the second family PC. Yeah, yeah. Jeremy bought some Trident cards for me. Yes. Yeah, we're running with the D stands for DVD because I can't think of anything better to put there. Also, probably because next mystery boxes I buy will be DVDs. I mean, mark my words. Okay, so the way this works, if I remember correctly, is we go to the. All right, so for normal speed, if we want the 1 to show up, I believe that is jumper 2H. I'm disappointed that they don't let you set the 1 on, or that's on turbo speed. Jumper 2H is for the 1. All right. Oh, this is going to be really annoying. Let's see here. Actually, I'm going to, I'm going to print this off here real quick because, well, you'll see why in a moment. We're going to do a little bit of computer silliness here. We're going to figure out, I want to figure out what this display is set to currently for reasons that won't matter later, but I'm still going to do it. Oh, let's see here. Let's see here. 55. Yeah, that's good. All right, page 1, print. All right. Oh, my printer is offline. That is weird. No, my printer is not offline. I believe my printer is now online. Get with it, computer. All right, let me go run upstairs. It should be, yeah, Chris says, yeah, worth printing it off and circling the boxes. Yeah, every motherboard of that era had manuals chock full of typos too. Yes. Kib says Justin disappointed in eBay Morgan. Oh wait, that's got a trademarked word in it. Okay, can't put that on a shirt. Oh, in before I go grab the printout, I want to make sure it's actually up there, so I just go up and go down. Uh, yeah, I thought of a new shirt idea. Oh, yeah, thought of a new shirt idea while I'm going upstairs to go grab the printout off the printer. Let y'all know how you like it. Late, muted, or both. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll go grab my printout. Nope, correction. There's a bug in the printer driver for my printer, and it's reared its ugly head down here. Or maybe the printer driver for my printer cannot cope with the IP address of my printer changing. It is like the silliest thing I have ever heard of for a printer that by default uses DHCP when you plug it in. And it cannot cope with the IP address changing. You have to reinstall the printer. And what brand of printer, might you ask, is it? You're probably not going to believe it. It's an Apple Image Writer. Ha! No, just kidding. It's a Xerox printer, and of all the people, Xerox should know that IP addresses change when it's like all DHCP, no assigned IP addresses, because it's not like they don't sell printers to companies that have large amounts of people. I don't know, Jeremy. I'd have to look at the resolution of it. Yep, yeah, oh, at least I remember to click to go live this time. Yeah. Probably come back muted. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. I'm probably going to give up really quickly because, yeah. Yes. It really does appear as if. Oh, here we go. Oh, the app for the printer shows it's online, but Windows shows that the printer is offline. Go figure. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's funny. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Let's cancel these printouts. All right. Let's remove the printer. All right. Let's add a printer. Let's select the printer that is now definitely not offline. It wasn't offline in the first place. We're now connecting to the printer. Yeah, said Max says, why would it use DHCP if it can't actually handle it? Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, this computer is... Oh, there we go. All right, and now my printer is ready. Even though it was actually just asleep and ready for the printout anyways, but now Windows is back with the program. All right. That pause was brought to you by Xerox, who apparently makes printers that can't, that either, I think it's the printer drivers can't handle DHCP because the printer obviously can. And the print manager for the printer can, but not the actual Windows print driver. No, it can't. Exactly the type of thing that would make me want to jump out and buy a Xerox printer for my business. Yeah, but yeah, actually, Kibbs, it wasn't my printer that lost the dial tone because the printer was actually in sleep mode. It was my Windows print driver that lost the dial tone. All right, let me go up and grab my printout, and it should actually be on the print tray this time. All right, I will laugh if I figure out that the person that used this case never set their display. No, I think Windows didn't default to the default printer driver. It was clearly the printer driver it had the correct one set. All right, I am going to laugh if this display is set to the default. So I actually printed 2 copies. So this one here, I'm going to mark how it is currently set. And then I will then, okay, it is not set to the default. For little PC archaeology. Ooh, it is actually set very close to the default though. Interesting. All right. That is really interesting. All right. So this is what I have for how it is currently set. And the interesting thing I am seeing is that this jumper was moved from here to here, and this jumper appears to have been moved over one, and this jumper removed. Well, I hope I don't need the jumper that's missing. So, I can't laugh because it's set to the defaults. However, I am curious what speed this is going to equate to. I do believe, if I'm reading this correctly, so for turbo speed, yeah, they're calling it turbo speed as the high speed as to what this case is calling it. So this is going to be in the hundreds place, we have a 1. So we do have a 1. All right, so in the tens place. Also, the other reason I'm doing this is because it might be easier for me to change it if I see what it's set to. If it's set to something really close. Jeremy says, if it had power connected, you could change the jumpers on the fly. Well, if only it had power connected, but I don't really have a easy way of connecting power to it. Except I think Jeremy just indirectly pointed out something that I'm hoping I don't. Well, at least I have a spare one of those. Yes, if only it had power connected, I could see what it was set to. Boy, would that be so much easier. This is more fun this way, though. Actually, not really. Okay. Actually, wait a minute. You know, I almost think I can see the pattern here. All right. So, okay, the hundreds place I think is pretty much it's just one jumper and it's going to power both of the segments. Because they did it really cheap. Now these other segments, the way it usually works is there's like a position for never on. Basically, I think you don't jumper it for never on, and then one of the jumper positions is usually it's on for normal, it's on for turbo as the second, and then it's on for both for the third. And I believe from the example, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I think position 1 is going to be, all right, looking at this for the example in the book, position 1, I believe, is going to be 1 for normal only. Because if we look here, so this is normal, here's the 8. And then for turbo, we have the 3, because their example is 8 megahertz and 133. So for the intersection between 8 and 3, we have 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, and 3G. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments of the number. And that would correspond to 3 is 5 segments and 8 is going to be 7 segments. So I believe 3 is going to be on both. 1 is going to be on normal and 2 is on turbo. Meaning, if it's using jumper position 1 for a segment, it's only on if you're at normal speed. Oh, good night, Thomas. If it's on only on 2, then it's on only on turbo. And if it's on 3, it's on both. Now, let's see if I can figure out which segment's which. I'm going to make my guess, and then maybe I'll pull out my bench power supply. If I can remember where I set it. Up there it is. And maybe we'll power it up with the bench supply. Does the Pentium board I'm installing have turbo functionality? I don't remember. So it may be academic, but I still need to change the numbers because I clearly see that I had set it to 90 megahertz back in 1997. That's the only way I knew what speed processor I had. And this is very quickly coming back to me because I set these all the time. And our customers wanted the display to be correct. So, I believe if I look at these segments, I think I can figure this out very quickly which segment is which. So if I look at the number 1, which I believe is going to be... Actually, I think let's do a different one here. So I'm just going to look at the X column, so nothing on normal, and we'll look at the turbo. So if I look at the number 9, the number 9 is going to be these segments here, but not these bottom 2. So A, B, C, D, F, and G. A, B, C, D, F, and G. Oh, wait a minute. A, B, C, D, E. Oh, here we go. So this one here is E. Apparently they display the 9 like this. So that one I believe is E. All right, so 0 is A, B, C, D, E, and F. All right, so this one here is G. And I'm going to regret using this red marker because I'm not going to be able to read my handwriting at all when I'm done. So let me switch to an actual pen if I can find it. I know I have a pen on my bench somewhere. In fact, it should be easy to find because it says PCBWay on it. Ah, there it is. They just happened to send me the pen. They're not like tonight. I don't have a sponsor for the live stream, so they're not sponsoring the live stream. I just happen to have one of their pens. All right. So this segment's E here. This one's G. All right, let's find another number. So 8, bad one. Let's go for 6. So 6 is going to be these here. So the one that 6 is not going to control is going to be that segment. So A, C, D, E, F, G. Up. Okay, so this segment here is B. There is a method to my madness. I usually prefer to set my displays the way I'm working on. There's probably also instructions somewhere that would make this easier. All right. Here we go. So if this segment's B, then this one has to be C. Because that's the number 1. All right. All right. The number 2 is A, B, D, E, and G. I think this one's going to be A, B, G, E, and D. Yes. A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. There we go. I believe those are going to be the settings. So A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. They usually do go in a circle. Yep, and K-Mac put it in the chat to confirm. Start from top A, clockwise to F, and G in the middle. Yep. All right. So now we know that 1 is on normal, 2 is on turbo, 3 is on both. So now let's figure out what speed this case was set to. Let me write out the jumper settings here real quick. So we have 3A, 2B, 3C, 3D, 1E, 1F, and 3G. So in the ones position, 3A, 2B, 3C, 3D, 1E, 1F, 3G. So that's going to be so if I look at the ones and threes, I have A. So it looks like I have A, F, E, F, E, D, C, and G. So it's going to be a 6 on normal. And then if I look at the twos and threes, we have A, but not an F. So we have A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, and G. So in turbo, they had a 3. Normal and turbo. All right. So we do know that on turbo, they had a 100. So anyone wants to guess what the others are going to be? Okay. So for the 10s, we have 3A, oh, 1 and 1. Okay, there's the jumper they didn't use. They parked the jumper. 3C, 3D, 1F, and 2G. Okay. Chris says 66 and 133. I think Chris might actually be... That's going to be my guess, too. I bet it was 66. So, if we look at the ones and threes, that'll give us the normal. So, we have A. Yep. A, F. A, F. Wow. Oh, they didn't. They had it set to nonsense on normal. No, they didn't. It's set to like nonsense on normal. Because they had it like, so this segment would be on. This segment would be on. This segment was on. This segment was on. And this segment. So it's not a number. Because yeah, yeah, they didn't have it set to a valid number. So they, I bet they had a board that didn't ever use the normal speed because it wasn't set to anything valid, or they gave up. All right, so on turbo though, so that would be the 2s and 3s. They had it set to A and C. A and C and G and D. Wait a minute, I might have miscounted. I think they had it on. I don't think they had it on. I think a jumper's. Sadmax says, and not a number megahertz CPU. Yeah, I think a jumper might have fallen out at some point. It's not set to anything that makes a lick of sense. I think a jumper has fallen out. Or after they finished using this case, they borrowed a jumper or two, because it's not set to anything. It's set to nonsense. Okay. And that was complete nonsense. All right. So what do I need to set it to? All right. So I'm going to set my case. So on turbo, I don't want 2H. So I definitely need to like not put a jumper there. So let's go ahead and remove that jumper there. All right. There we go. That jumper is gone. Oh, actually, wait. You can set it to 3, so you could have it on turbo or both. Maybe it's a Cyrix 486 running it. All right. So I think for normal, I'm going to set it to like, I don't know, 8 megahertz, because I think that's pretty easy. So I want to set the first I want to set the, so we'll start with the 10s, or the 1s actually. So I want to set for normal, I want 8, and for turbo I want 0. So which conveniently is almost the default. So these are the 1s jumpers here. So I want 3A, which is what it's set to. 3B. After all this fun, we'll see if I'm right. And if you're wondering why it's taking me so long, it's not like I've set one of these displays in like 20 years. All right, a 3C. All right, we have 3C. And 3D. A, B, C, D. Yep, we have 3D. 3E, which again is 3E. 3F. You know, it'd be a whole lot easier if it was just like 98 megahertz, because then it'd be 3G. But no, it's not 3G, it's 1G. There we go. Should be 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3F. Yeah. 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, 1G. All right. Now for the 10s, I need it to say 9. All right, so I guess that's the one I need right there. We have a 9 for the, no, wait. No, it's this one here. Because we have a 0 for normal on 10s, but a 9 for turbo. So actually, it's this one here. All right, so we have, luckily, the jumpers are mirror the ones on the top. So I have 3A, 3B, 3C, ABC, 3D. Okay. And now we have 1E. So 1E is going to be there. One F. And I'm placing 1G first. Oh wait, no. I'm jumping ahead of myself. So I have 1E. Oh, and then I have 3F. Yep, and then 2G. And now we will get to see how correct I am. How badly I messed up. There we go. I always usually would set them and then I got to the point back in the 90s where I could just set these and plug it in and turn it on because you set them enough and then you realize, yeah, I went the hard way. Oh, believe me, if I got it wrong, I'm fixing it the easy way. I'm totally fixing it the easy way. All right. So I've got my bench power supply. Let me see. I need to find some jumper wires here. Here we go. Got some. Oh wait, those are the wrong kind of jumper wires. Never mind. Oh please, well I find some better jumper wires. And by better, I mean that I can just plug them into the header on the board. That's the wrong kind. That's the wrong kind. Oh, actually, here we go. Let's put there. And okay. All right, here we go. Why use one jumper wire when you can use two jumper wires and hope that they don't fall apart and send voltage into something that you don't want voltage to go into? All right. According to the instructions, the last two pins in the middle are 5 volts and ground, and it looks like 5 volts is the outer pin. So there we go. Now, normally I would like set the current limit on the bench supply. But this is going to draw so little that there we go. I'm not going to worry about the fine tuning it. All right, so this goes to positive. Frank says just put all the jumpers on it and it'll run at 188 megahertz. Yeah, these displays were largely for show because I guess I guess someone thought that people needed to see their processor speed on the front panel lit up in lights because I guess they thought people wouldn't believe that their computer was the correct speed without it. All right. 3, 2, 1. Okay, well, let's see if we have light. No, we do not. Interesting. Oh, there we go. All right, we have 08. Oh, I must not be in turbo. Yay, we have 90. Oh, we have 8. Yay, we have 90. Oh, we have... Oh, wait. That's not 8, that's 0. Justin made a mistake. Bad Justin. Oh, yeah, I think I see exactly what mistake I made. Yeah, I see exactly what mistake I made. All right, well, we're going to fix that, like, right now. Okay. Yeah, I looked at the wrong row. Okay, so for normal, I wanted an 8. And oh, I must just have one of the pins wrong. Okay. So I should have 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, and 1G. So I have 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, and one G. Huh. Okay, well, let me see what happens if I set that one to 3G instead of 1G. That should mean that I have an 8. Yeah, let me change that to... Oh, wait. It is an 8. That's weird. No, it's not a burned out segment because now it's lit up. Huh. Weird. Did I not have one of the jumpers on? Kib says 0, 0. That's running at my brain speed. I don't know. Weird. Okay, it's working correctly now. 90. 08. 90. 08. Now I'm going to rewind the live stream to see that, yes, indeed, that segment was off. Needed to warm up, K-Max says. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. It just needed to warm up. Okay. I'm not going to ask questions. It's set to the right one. All right, we're good. Moving along. All right, we can put this back on the case. Oh, I do have to take care of the fact that I don't have a power connector for this display, probably because the original power supply for this case may have actually had the power connector as part of the power supply. That's probably why it's missing. Which means I need to steal a power adapter from another computer. Let's see here. Oh, also dawning on me, I never did channel announcements. Oh well, I'll do them at the end. Alright. I was going to steal the power supply for this. Oh, Chris says it was flipping on and off, actually. Okay, well, maybe there's a... Maybe one of these jumpers is, like... Because I'm pretty sure that's the one for that segment. Right there. There might be a bad connection. If there is, I'll fix it later. Alright, I need to find a power connector for that. I have two choices. I have a power connector I bought for a case that I then, well, I broke. I accidentally broke the case in a way that I can't repair. So I could use that one. We're not going to say how much I paid for that, but we'll just say that it was I bought it on eBay, the place where I buy things I'll later regret, and that one's regret was, oh, you can get those elsewhere cheaper. Granted, I can't remember where you can get them elsewhere cheaper, but that was that one's regret. I think I found some place that sells like cable mods for computers, and I think they actually sell that cable. Right. That feels good to get that Packard Bell off that computer. All right, so let's see here. I'm looking to see if this power supply here has one of those connectors on it. And actually, I believe the answer is yes, it does. And then I'm going to drop parts out of this. Yeah, actually, I think this power supply does have one of those connectors on it. Yes, indeed. All right. All right. I need a power supply for this case anyway, so let's do the next. We'll do the next parts snipage here. So this is another tower case that I bought on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. This one's regret was that the seller had to actually send me a second case because the first one was a rusted out mess. And, well, we'll just say that I took them at their word for the reason why they sent me such a bad one for their first case, and that was that they got called out of town on business at the worst possible time and told one of their relatives to ship me the case out of their storage unit. It was kind of one of those, yeah, I guess I have to buy that excuse because, well, given which relative they named, it's kind of like I don't think I would throw that relative under the bus. So, okay, I will take them at their word that that relative actually grabbed the first case that was in the storage unit and didn't ask questions. So, anyways, I need to get the CD-ROM drive out of here so I can get the front panel off. Now, the reason why I'm stealing off of this case, I do have the one that's a rusted out mess still, because its front panel is in better shape than this one's front panel, other than the other one's front panel has spray paint on it. Chris says, hey, at least they sent it. If you know, you know. Yeah. I have two Catron cases. The first one's a rusted out mess on the back, though. Yeah. Anyways, the first one's front panel is in better shape. So I've got paint remover. I'm going to try to get the paint off the bottom of the front panel on the first one because I got a free creative drive that may or may not work. Something tells me it, given the fact that it's slightly ajar, that it may actually not work. Actually, we'll test those drives that I've pulled out of these cases at the end if we have time, because I'll have a computer on the bench at that point. But this computer, the power supply is not a rusty mess, so I would actually potentially use it. But yes, this power supply has the appropriate 5-volt connector on it. That's what the there it is. That's what that red and black cable is. I do need to steal its power switch because I don't think the switch that's on the other front panel will work with this power supply. Oh, let's see here. Oh, Chris is saying, Bill Jancy still at Catron. I used to build PCs back in the day, but then Catron could build them cheaper than I could, so I would just buy them and resell them. They were in Wilmington, Delaware, and they are in Wilmington and were in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, if I remember right. But yeah, this is a, oh, wait a minute. Oh, actually, no. This power switch should work fine. Okay. Anyways, this is why I probably won't use this front panel, because it's got a busted corner there. And the power button's kind of worn. Oh, but I am going to totally swipe the front panel. Well, I'll do that later. Let me make sure I've got everything untied on this. Oh, I think this Catron case has a NEC floppy drive in it. Weird. That would make 2 NEC floppy drives in one night. Huh. All right. Let me at least put the screws back in this front panel in case I need them. I don't want to lose them. All right. So I got the power connector. All right. Got the power switch. Now, I have seen one of the Retro Hack Shack's latest videos, so I will not be simply plugging this power supply in and doing a full send. No way, no how, not after I saw what his power supply did. Oh, I meant to leave a comment on his video. He was, he made some comment in the videos like, and I wonder what people are thinking about what I'm going to do with the system next. And the only thing I was thinking at that moment was, dude, I want to see the inside of the power supply. You can't show us an explosion like that and not show us the inside of the power supply. He totally, oh, and in fact, I probably would have done it too. It was an ATX system, and it was in a, I think it was a, like an in-win or in-light case. I mean, it was a decent quality case, and it's totally something I would have suspected. Oh, this power supply is probably fine. It's a high-quality power supply. And, like, I don't know how many components went as soon as he turned it on. He flipped the switch on the back of the power supply, but it glowed brightly inside. I'm like, yeah, I want to see the inside of that power supply. Oh, hi, Nigel. Welcome. Yeah, the other Katron case has a better front panel, but its power supply is rusted out, and the back of the case is rusted out, and I will not be attempting to repair it because the power supply is, like, rusted out. Now, this power supply, though, given that this is a 230-watt power supply that apparently they were too ashamed to put a brand name on, I'm going to, Nigel says, I've only had a handful of PSU fires over the years. Yeah. Oh, Chris was right. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I did leave a disc in. That's a good point, Nigel. All right, let's take a look in this power supply to make sure there's no hidden sadness inside of it. Now, I don't have it plugged in. I have a closed basement. Like, you know, the driving commercials is like professional driver, closed course, do not attempt. This would be, I've had electrical safety training. This is a closed basement, do not attempt. Also, it's not plugged in, so this power supply has been unplugged for so long, there is no way, no how, that it has an electrical charge inside of it. However, I am now voiding my warranty. My warranty is now void. As Sad Mac so eloquently put it, if you don't know what you're doing with power supplies, don't try this! Exactly, Sad Mac. Oh, oh! Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe that's just the color of the... Okay, maybe that's the color of the board in there. I was about to say, wait a minute, that board looks cooked. But maybe that's just the color of that board. I don't like the way this power supply looks. It looks cheap. I think this is what I'm going to do. All right, let's see here. First of all, I'm going to blow some dust out. Yeah, I think that's just the board color. Secondly, I'm going to turn my smart outlet off. Thirdly, I am going to remove the plastic bag from underneath it. Fourthly, I am going to locate some sacrificial hard drives. Let's see here. What's this one? Got a hard drive here. Make sure no. Oh, okay. That is not a sacrificial hard drive. Okay. Says make sure no family data on this drive, then wipe. So that is not a sacrificial drive. Okay. I mean, that would be one way to make sure that there's no family data on it, would be to blow it up. let's uh, let's not prematurely destroy family data that might be on it. All right. Here we go. I think I've got 2 sacrificial hard drives here. Why 2? I don't know. Maybe it's because Mike Tech has 2. Probably because 1's not enough load. Okay, 1 is a science experiment that's had the cover off of it, which is why there's gaffer tape. Anyways, it's the sacrificial hard drive. Powering it up is not going to do it any more harm than it is. All right, this other one's a quantum hard drive from a Mac LC. It's not really a sacrificial hard drive, but if it dies, it's no big loss because it's just a quantum. It's going to stop working sooner rather than later anyway. So, no harm, no foul. Also, I'm short of hard drives that will actually spin up because there does need to be some load. All right, let's see here. What else? You know, I wish I could plug in a sacrificial Trident card. That would be appropriate almost. Yeah, it looks pretty bare. Only 230 watt. Do I have a fire extinguisher handy? Somewhat. I probably should make sure that I could get to it quickly. Well, if you think I'm going to like power this up with me sitting right here, the answer is no. I'm going to power it up from like the stairwell so I can run upstairs and grab the fire extinguisher if necessary. Also, I'm going to hit record on my camcorder. That's why I plugged it into my smart outlet. Yeah, this is what gets the views here. Ever said there was 150 watt too? Yeah. All right. So this outlet is off. I'm actually going to unplug a power adapter here that goes to something. What does that go to? I don't know what that goes to. So I can confirm that the LED is off. All right. So there is no power. Oh yeah, I'll also put safety glasses on too. Better safe than sorry. Except, ew, these safety glasses are a smudged mess. Okay, better safe than sorry, but not wearing these ones because I can't see through them. All right, I will. This will be my cue to take them upstairs so that I or go find the lens cleaner wipe. All right. And now I'm going to back away. Oh, here we go. That should be a clean pair of safety glasses. Yeah, if I need to deploy the fire extinguisher, I need safety glasses. All right. Smoke test. And they just and ready to run upstairs for the fire extinguisher if necessary. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1 3/4, half, 0. Also, I think only one of my hard drives spun up. Okay, it's it has power. Caps can fly. Well, that's why I've got safety glasses on. Oh, actually, they both spun up. So we have hard drive spinning. So what's a Mike Tech runs them for like 5 minutes or something? Let's check the voltages. All right. Hopefully the voltages are fine because otherwise I'm going to scratch my head of which power supply to use. Even though this is like the cheapest power supply I've ever seen. I may find another one someday. All right. Whoops. Oh. Why did my meter beep? Okay, 5.1 volts. That's pretty good. I think it's actually the 12-volt rail that really matters. Actually, no, it's probably the 5 volt. 11.78 volts. Oh, sad, sad Mac. Or Jack left the room for 30 seconds and didn't realize testing had commenced. Yeah, my really lousy countdown where I started counting up in the middle of it. That was embarrassing. I guess I was getting really nervous to turn it on. All right, I'm going to go upstairs and get a drink of water. If it like sparks, then shout, Justin, come downstairs. Like really, really, really loud. All right, I'll be right back. Nothing outlasts the power supply that wants to lull you into a false sense of security. All right. Oh, Mike Tech. Jeremy met Mike Tech at VCF Midwest. Cool. Yeah, this is actually an AT power supply, and it looks like it has a pretty decent 5-volt rail. Let's see. Jeremy says older ATX power supplies have a stronger 5-volt rail than newer ones. The newer ones have most of their power allotted to 12-volt rail. Yep. Oh, hey, VBorg, welcome. Yeah, it's because most computers nowadays regulate a lot of voltages on the motherboard down from 12 volts, so yeah. A happy computer is a dust-free computer. Yeah, all ATs have strong 5-volt rails. And I'm not too concerned about power consumption because since this is my first PC rebuild, it's not like I'm going to be putting anything in it beyond what was in it. And I think it had a 230 watt power supply in it originally. So when I built it the first time around. So I'm not worried about this power supply being not enough. In fact, actually, this power supply, despite the fact that it seems to be low on component count, it dawned on me that by the late 90s, because I think this power supply looks like the PCB's got a data 9742 on it. So this power supply is probably a little newer than... must be looking at the... I have to be looking at that date raw. Oh, well, that serial number on it's probably not a date code. Okay. I mean, it's probably... The thing is, it's going to be a late 90s switching power supply, so although there's not a lot of components in it, I think by the late 90s, capacitors were getting smaller, so I'm not worried that the capacitors are on the small-looking side. Also, the switching designs would have been optimized. So... Yeah, Nigel says, I tend to use compact flash cards and GoTech in my machine, so I don't need high wattage power supplies. Well, this is a first PC rebuild, so this will actually have a mechanical hard drive and mechanical floppy drives in it. However, once I install the software on it, it's not like those mechanical floppy drives are going to be getting a lot of use. It's going to have a CD-ROM in it. That might get some use. I probably will eventually swap out the spinning hard drive for a compact flash card for, like, showing it off. But I do have a mechanical hard drive for it. Alright, so it looks like we've been running for probably about 5 minutes. And while my sacrificial hard drives don't make cool clicking noises like Mike's do, because his are actually dead hard drives. Jeremy says, I miss the 90s. Where's the DeLorean when you need it? I think the DeLorean's waiting for a refill of plutonium. Alright, there we go. Okay, so it looks like my quantum hard drive survived yet again. So it will live to spin another day. And my science experiment hard drive, I'm pretty sure it made a very disagreeable noise. Let's see, what did I write on it? Science experiment 10/8/2023 on Dave's stream. Oh, wait, it's almost been 6 months. Oh, all right. Well, maybe on Dave's stream I will pull the science experiment back out and we'll run a disk check on it to see if if it has any more bad sectors. I did make it here. I did hear it make a very disagreeable noise. So it may actually. I think I'm going to open the top cover now to see if it maybe the head's crashed, because it made a very disagreeable noise. No, no, I don't. Well, at least on the top platter it didn't crash, but yeah, there's definitely some dust on the top platter. Of course, that was part of the science experiment. All right, well, probably on Dave's stream, we'll crack this back open and take a look at it. The science experiment was basically the all right, if you do open up a hard drive and metal with it, how bad is it for it? And don't worry, that was a bad hard drive before I opened the cover and put dust in it to simulate if you'd worked on it. It already had a number of bad sectors, so one reason I wrote the date of Dave's live stream on it is because I'm going to have to go back and watch that live stream to see how many bad sectors it had on it on that stream, so we can see how much worse it got. Because I think I put fingerprints on it too. Yeah, I was very bad to it because I wanted to see how detrimental it was to open it up. So anyways, I'm looking in this power supply. I don't see any signs that running it had a detrimental effect on it, i.e. leaking electrolytics, or electrolytics that are leaking now that weren't leaking then, before I powered it up. I don't smell any fish. All right, it's probably safe to use. I mean, I might recap it at some point, but I may also try to find a slightly better power supply for longer term, but for now, at least, this is the power supply I have that's actually has long enough cables for the size case. Yeah, Jeremy says bad sectors in a hard drive is like cancer to a living being. Yeah. Deepwork says 486 with a 4080 RTX for those who mine crypto on Windows 95. All right, good luck finding a 486 motherboard that will support a 4080 RTX. And I don't mean by buying one of those completely ridiculous PCI Express to AGP to PCI to Visa Local Bus to EISA to ISA adapters that's probably on AliExpress. No, that's not what I mean. Oh, there you go, Chris. I bet you'd regret buying that on AliExpress. Also, can you imagine how long the trace lengths by the time you get your 4080 RTX data to the motherboard? Also, I may have gotten a couple of those conversions in the wrong order, but Jeremy says you could run Windows 95 on the 4080 alone. Well, if only Windows 95 is targeted to the CUDA cores, yes. There would be more than enough resources on the 4080 to run Windows 95 on it. Please, I'm not suggesting anyone attempt to recompile Windows 95 for a 4080. There's other things I'd rather see first, like reasonable priced beige cases on eBay. Oh, the fan's kind of dirty, but anyways, I didn't remove the fan to clean it, but because I think the fan's soldered, so it'd been difficult to remove. Awesome. Okay, I got a power supply. It's got a connector for the display. All right, so let's see here. It's got 1, 2, 3 Molex and 2 Berg. So that means I need to be able to plug in a hard drive, CD-ROM drive, and a 5 1/4 inch floppy and a 3.5 inch floppy. And and the processor cooling fan, but that has a splitter on it. Okay, there are just enough power connectors. Jeremy says, I feel that reasonable prices on eBay are a thing of the past. You can still occasionally get stuff at reasonable prices on eBay. It takes some very large amounts of patience, and it doesn't always work. You basically have to wait for someone to list something auction style and hope that the auction ends at some really weird time of the day and snipe the thing. All right. Okay, let's see here. In fact, actually, this power supply might actually be a lot like the one that would have been in my original computer. It's the same color case. All right, so let me get this power supply in on the back because I need to connect a couple things before I put the front cover back on because it'll be easier to do that first. Now I just need to figure out where the computer screws went. Now you're probably saying, well, you just used the screws that you removed to take the thing apart. Well, they were all mismatched screws, and that bothers me. So I'm going to use matching screws. Jeremy says, on another subject, I wish I had the skills to program and compile a universal SCSI BIOS for XT PCs. Universal, how so? Because I believe every SCSI controller chip is going to require a different BIOS. Unless your BIOS is going to somehow auto-configure. Which would be neat, but would also require a very large ROM BIOS to pull off, and I don't have that knowledge either. SCSI might be a standard on the client side, but I'm pretty sure all the controller chips are different enough that they require different BIOS implementations. Also, I would probably rather try to boot IDE than SCSI on a PC because I never found SCSI on the PC particularly easy or trouble-free. Your mileage may vary. Don't let me discourage you, but I never really had a great experience with SCSI on the PC. Now, that's not to say that I don't have SCSI cards for the PC, because I do. I do have SCSI cards for the PC. Jeremy says, I have two 8-bit ISA SCSI cards originally intended for tape drives, but would rather have the capability to boot a blue SCSI. Well, the thing is with XTIDE, you can boot from compact flash cards. You can get an SD card to IDE adapter and can boot from an SD card. You can actually use actual real hard drives. You can use SATA drives with the SATA to IDE adapter. I know people like using image files, and if that's the thing, then well, yeah, I guess none of those things I just named really do image files directly. But Nigel says if you can find the chipset and dump the ROMs, someone should be able to edit the ROMs to boot a hard drive. Actually, I think the problem might be, and Jeremy can correct me if I'm wrong, the problem is some of those SCSI cards don't have ROMs, because if the SCSI card wasn't intended to boot, which a tape drive SCSI card would have never been intended to boot a computer, then it doesn't need a ROM. The drivers you load in DOS would give the computer the interface it needs to the SCSI card. I believe that is probably the problem Jeremy's running into, is that the cards he has may not have ROMs at all because they were for tape drives. Jeremy says compact flash and SD cards constantly die on me when used with vintage computers. I mean, I can't say that I've never had. Actually, I've had SD cards die on me. One of them was actually in a blue SCSI. So the blue SCSI did not solve the problem of the card dying. That's for sure. But I did have a backup of the image because, yeah, when the card died, it was pretty much no copying the image file off of it after the card died. That was for sure. I mean, yeah. I guess in that respect, yes, being able to boot from a blue SCSI would. All right, I think I do need to swap. All right, Jeremy says correct. Some SCSI cards don't have ROM chips. My 2 cards do. All right. Okay, if your SCSI cards have ROMs, then that theoretically means that. Well, I would think that would mean that the. Okay. Hold please. I'm trying to process swapping a bracket and process commenting on ROMs. Okay, so the SCSI cards have ROMs. Okay, I can think of one of several cases then. All right. The first one is the ROMs are not for whatever processor platform you're trying to run the cards on. Which I know that sounds really weird. And I don't know why someone would make an 8-bit card and would make the ROMs for like a 286 or a 386, but that has happened in the history of computing. So not every 8-bit card had 8088 compatible ROMs. So that could be one reason. Another thing is, I guess the ROM could be I don't know. Maybe some ROMs just control like configuring the SCSI controller. So like the SCSI controller reads the ROMs and it's really just configuration data. That would be the second one. But or the third one is the ROMs are bootable on the machine you're trying to run them on, but they are like locked to only support certain drives. So like they are bootable ROMs, but they are looking for a specific drive or drives and no others. Yeah, ROM is just software, but ROMs could be used for configuration data too. It You'd have to look to see if the ROM's connected to the PC bus or if it's just connected to like the if like the ROM is going directly to the SCSI chip, then you may find that ROM is like configuration data for the SCSI controller and not actually a boot ROM. If it's a boot ROM, then there will be the ROM will actually be on the ISA bus, because that would be the only way the PC would be able to see it to even boot from it. Or I guess there's one other possibility about the ROMs on the card is they're corrupted. So because if you're putting the card in and you're not seeing a banner, oh, that's weird. All right. So these screws go into plastic. I'm trying to turn them backwards to find where the thread is, and oh, that wasn't it. Oh, okay. That. Yeah, I think there were some like 8-bit cards that were 286 only, because I don't know why, but maybe they were 8-bit cards because they started to make them early, or there were a lot of SCSI devices that they didn't need 16 bits. So the card might be 8 bits because they were like cost cutting, or because the device they were intended for just did not need 16 bits. Because actually, there's a lot of 16-bit cards that, if you really look, the only reason it's a 16-bit card is to grab the like the interrupts and DMAs on the 16-bit part of the header. Yeah, Nigel's pointing out 286 memory protection. Yeah, that would be one reason why it might be an 8-bit card, because they didn't need anything more, but it uses the 286 memory protection. All right. I know you're having trouble seeing what I'm doing, but I am too, because this thing's backwards. All right. Yeah, that would be probably why if you've put the card in an XT and the SCSI card doesn't show a banner, I would say that it could be 286 ROMs. The ROMs could be corrupted, or the ROMs are not connected to the ISA bus because the ROMs are like configuring the SCSI controller instead of being boot ROMs. Or they're looking for a specific drive and they'd like silently fail. Which I know sounds like about the worst decision in the world to just have ROMs silently fail, but tell me, when did everyone in the computer industry do everything that made total sense? Like, yeah, I would read out the ROMs if you can, and you could at least do a checksum of the ROM to make sure the ROM checksums correctly. I believe if a ROM image is valid, all the bytes should add up to 0. I believe is the way they're checksummed. Oh, there actually is one other possibility if you're using it in an XT system. Your XT computer might not support option ROMs. So it might behoove you to try it in like a newer computer if you can. There are XT systems out there that don't support option ROMs. In fact, actually certain versions of the IBM XT didn't support option ROMs. IBM had to like release a newer BIOS to, because I guess IBM, I don't know. I don't know if it was a bug in the BIOS or they like never thought that anyone would make cards with option ROMs until they did. Yeah, Nigel says a fail statement takes ROM space. Exactly. So if they were like butting up on not enough room in their ROM image because for cost reasons they wanted to keep their ROM under a certain size, because maybe they wanted to just use an 8K ROM or something like that, then it is quite possible that it will silently fail. Okay, and I just thought of one other reason why there might be a ROM on a card, and this one's actually kind of devious. There could be a ROM on the card just to keep people from calling and asking why there's not a ROM on the card. It might behoove you to dump the ROM. It could be a blank ROM. It might just be there to keep people from calling them. Now, tell me that's never been done before. Like putting a component on a board just to keep people from calling and asking why there's not a part on a board. All right, Jeremy says, just saying the XT system that I have in mind is a late budget one from 1989 sold by Vindex and made by Samsung. Well, that's not a guarantee that it supports. Sad Max says brilliant. I mean, tell me if you're making a SCSI card that's just an add-on SCSI card for your tape drive, but you know that your customers are smart enough to see that SCSI cards have ROMs on them, then I mean, I mean, what's to say that there wasn't some company that made an add-in SCSI card and put a ROM on it just so that they didn't have people calling and asking why there's no ROM on their card? I mean, yeah, Nigel says, like, yeah, like fake cash. Exactly. It's like, I mean, exactly. It's like, although I think the fake cash was more just because they wanted to make more money on a board than cash was the way to do it. But I mean, tell me that there wasn't some vendor out there that just put a blank ROM on the board because they knew people would know that other SCSI controllers have a ROM on them. Yeah. Jeremy says, darn you, PC chips. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know that there were any SCSI controllers out there that have a fake ROM on them just to keep people from calling tech support over there not being a ROM on their SCSI controller, but the thing is, XT clone BIOSes were of varying qualities, even in the late 80s, early 90s. I would not I would not say that it is a safe assumption that if you have one of the last XT clone systems, that it's a safe bet that it will support boot ROMs. I do not believe that is a safe assumption. Or if it does support boot ROMs, that it doesn't have some weird quirk that doesn't allow some of them to boot correctly. See my Emerson PCs that were... In fact, I have a 286 that required me to build XTIDE Universal BIOS with a special option that should, as far as I know, is only needed on XT class computers, and yet its BIOS has some problem with interrupt 19. Granted, it's the Emerson computer that has the overkill security system, and that also could be why it has some problem with interrupt 19, but still. Sadmax says, considering I've heard someone talk about help desk tickets where she has had to instruct end users to turn on their monitors. Yeah. I mean, I never said that every decision that computer companies make were... Oh, well, that was dumb. I put the front panel on and then realized that the 5-volt cable for this front panel was in the wrong place. Well, at least I can reach that part of the display. Yeah, I had all these cables like... There we go. All right. Let me double check my sections here. Yep, 5 volts is on the outer side. Jeremy says my Vindex board has onboard CGA and then a whole bunch of words that I can't read because the computer tower is in the way. Hold on, please. There we go. All right. Have power to that front panel display. All right. Let's see here. It's 10:45. My Vindex board has onboard CGA with its own BIOS, but I thankfully can disable it and install an 8-bit VGA card. That is also not something every XT board with built-in video can do. There are many of them that it's like they thought, oh, well, why would you use anything other than the onboard video? Or it was a cost-saving measure. Okay, there we go. We got the front panel back on. We got the display set. Got the power supply in with its switch. I think it's time to for me to go get parts to put in the case. Now, remember, this is a first PC rebuild. I am probably about to go get parts to put in this computer that I would probably not actually recommend should you be trying to build just any old vintage computer. Just wanted to warn you all. It'll show up. It's probably actually on my workbench somewhere buried. Nigel says I should really finish my Commodore PC 23 build. This needs the motherboard touched up and battery added after battery leakage repair. Ooh. Jeremy wants to play Bubble, Bobble, and CGA mode. Red, yellow, and green. Nigel says CGA for XT, EGA for 286, and VGA for everything after. AT EGA is okay too, I guess. All right. So, pay no attention to the box that this is sitting on. We'll go over the parts again. And I will also let you know which ones that I would not recommend using in a vintage computer. Unless you're like trying to rebuild the computer like you had. But I've misplaced the bracket for my video card. It's probably on my workbench under things. It had some rust on it. I had to replace the VGA connector just because there was rust on the VGA connector. So I'm not too worried that I don't have the bracket like right at this immediate moment, but I will have to find it to actually complete the build. All right, well, let's start off. So the motherboard that I had originally purchased for my first PC build was this a bit AB SM5A. And yes, I actually had an AMD K5 PR90. Gutbomb says S3 Verge time. Yes. Yes, I had a Verge as my first video card. High school me, I guess, didn't appreciate the Trident 3D graphics accelerators. Oh, that's right. Actually, I think when I built this computer, Trident probably didn't have a 3D graphics accelerator yet. Ouch. Yes, I had an AMD K5 PR90. I know that because I had the display set to 90, and I could tell that in the photo thanks to like scanning the photo at really high resolution and looking carefully. Now, would I recommend this motherboard for your vintage build? The answer is no. I would not recommend this motherboard, and here is why. I think this board has a bug in multiple versions of its BIOS. Because this is one of those, okay, I will, with the caveat, I think the ABSM5 might be okay, but it's the A version of the board that you use the BIOS to set the processor specs. So like if you notice there's no like bus speed or multiplier jumpers, because this is the auto configure board that you set it in the BIOS. Every version of the BIOS for this board that I have tried that has been archived, both like early ones and late ones, they have a bug. Actually, kind of a nasty bug. It's quite possibly a bug that was there even back in the 90s, because I don't see why it wouldn't let you pick an Intel processor now in the 2024s, but in 2023, because I was looking at this for December too. I think the only reason I didn't see the bug back then was because the computer shop I worked at, where we had built some systems with this board because it was budget oriented, probably because it was later in its product lifetime when we picked this board, we were big users of AMD processors. So pretty much everything we built that used a Pentium, like a Socket 7 board, it was either using an AMD or a Cyrix processor. We actually built very few Intel processor systems. We did a few. We had some customers that really wanted the Intel Pentium MMX. They paid extra. I don't think I built any of them on this board because otherwise I'm pretty sure I would have found the bug. But basically, the bug is that if you set an Intel processor, you cannot save the settings. It will like lock up when you select save settings, and it does not actually save them. So when you reboot, you're back to the default, like 75 megahertz processor default. If you pick an AMD processor, I mean, I don't have a lot of I don't have many AMD processors, but at least for the AMD Kate 5 PR90, no problem saving. So you can set, because the default isn't 90 megahertz. So I can pick an AMD processor and save the settings. If I had a Cyrix processor to test, it'd have to be one of the older ones because I don't think there's many of this board supports anyways. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that it saves settings with Cyrix. I think it's Intel. There's a bug. It like crashes when you try to save an Intel processor. Now, could there be a problem with this board? Potentially, because there is going to be a real-time clock chip on this board, and I don't know where it is right offhand. I was trying to look for it here real quick. Could the real-time clock chip on this board, which is where the non-volatile RAM is going to be for saving settings, could there be like a bad memory address that prevents it from actually saving Intel? I mean, sure, it could be a problem with this specific board, but it does seem to be oddly specific. And quite honestly, I would think that the power on self-test would maybe detect that the non-volatile RAM was not working, but maybe I give them too much credit. And again, I do not see a separate clock chip, so it may very well be in the chipset. Anyways, yeah. I don't know that I could recommend this board because at least sample size of one, and it's not like this board is like that abundant. I mean, I've seen a couple of them. I think when I bought this board, there might have been a second one on eBay, but it might have not been the A revision. Anyways, it's not like I've wanted to go buy a second one of these boards just to see, is this board defective? because that's really the only problem I had is I can't set Intel. Because I did try to run an Intel 90 so I could do because I was trying to do on a live stream okay, how good or bad were my component picks? So I was trying to use a Pentium 90 instead of the AMD 90 to run a couple benchmarks on both to see, okay, what can the Pentium 90 do that the AMD 90 can't? But by golly, I can't save the setting with the Pentium 90, so I can't test a Pentium 90 in this board. Therefore, I actually have a board on my shelf behind me that has the same chipset as this board. Okay, it doesn't have the ALI IO controller on it, but it has the same Intel chipset. And I bought it for the specific purpose of running benchmarks on an Intel 90 because it didn't cost, the board cost less than these a bit boards go for. Yeah, Nigel says, I have a Gigabyte GA 586 TX3 with a modified K6 ROM. That is one thing I didn't consider doing, and that's probably because the soft configuration on this board, it's not like this board supports a lot of processors. I did not look to see if there was a K6 modified ROM for this board that might actually fix the problem with saving Intel settings. I did not check for that because that's not the ROM I would have been running back in the day. So I didn't even think of looking for that because actually that would have been a useful data point. And I may try it because I am going to do another video on this at some point. So maybe I will look to see if there was one of those evergreen ROMs for this board. Just so I could at least see if that ROM also had the same problem. Because I would think that that would be really weird if it did, but... Uh-oh. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where... I have another container of, hardware for PCs. And I thought I brought it downstairs the other day because I'm running low on standoffs. And I'd, found this container that I didn't realize I had. I've had it for, years and years. And I thought I brought it downstairs. I'm trying to look for it. It had, a whole bunch of standoffs in it. Oh, there it is. Oh, and no, it did not have the plastic. Okay. All right. Let me check another stash I have. I have standoffs in that stash. I will take 2 minutes to... Oh, yeah, there were standoffs. Okay. I could tell Gut Bomb was probably screaming at the camera. Remember that hardware you sent me? There were standoffs in there, and yes, there was. There's one standoff in each of the little bags of hardware, so it'll take me a few moments to get enough standoffs for this. Also, these little bags of hardware I found on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. The PCI or the card slot brackets that are in these little hardware bag sets are super cheap. I forget why I bought. I think I bought these because they had case. That's right. I bought them because there were case feet in them. And, I bought, 50 of them for, cheap. But yeah, there's like one standoff in each of these. But there's also a slot cover in these. But if this says anything about how high a quality the slot cover is, I just bent that with my bare hands. That is like super cheap. Let me put it this way, that was and wasn't a flex. It was a flex in that, yeah, I bent that bracket. But that did not take any effort at all. In fact, those slot cover brackets that were in these hardware bags are hardly worth keeping. I don't remember what actually I'm not sure I know what case these actually came from, but they were probably some late Beige ATX case. And all right. Yeah, I would be interested to know what was up with the hole in Adam's Apple II power supply. I saw the photo and my thought was that someone had cut a square hole in the case to add a switch. But then I realized, well, why would they have put a switch on the side of the power supply? Because there's a switch on the back of it. But then again, you know, people do crazy things. Or I was kind of wondering, maybe did someone have a one of those volt displays on it at some point? Because one of those would have fit in a square hole. All right, I need 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 nylon standoffs. Actually, I need 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, excellent. All right. So 4 of these standoffs will match up with slots in the case. And then 2 of them, well, actually, one of them, the 5th one might. I think actually I realized the 6th one is going to be, there's actually nothing under the board at that point. But I was going to put one in this corner, but I don't think there's anything under the board there. Just to keep the back of the board from flexing. All right, so here's one. All right, so that one needs a nylon standoff, and this one needs a nylon standoff. All right. And this one needs a nylon standoff. those are some low quality nylon standoffs. I should have probably expected nothing more. All right. Okay, fine. All right. There we got those. Okay, now I have two of the original brass standoffs. And a third one. Luckily, I got a third one here that's the same length and threads. So, all right. So this one needs a brass standoff. That one needs a brass standoff here. And then I believe the third brass standoff should line up with here. And I'm eyeballing it. Oh, is my chat misbehaving? Possibly. All right. Oh. Well, that's annoying. All right. The new standoff uses a slightly larger diameter. All right. I think let me go look at my other. Yeah, there's not a lot of caps on this board. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, fine. Be that way. I was trying to look to see if the yeah, these more modern standoffs are actually slightly different dimensions. Oh, here we go. I'd like to use my 3/16. There we go. Just to make sure I've got it in. There we go. Oh, that's not a good sign. Okay. All right, fine. I'll use the one that's a slightly larger diameter because. Or slightly larger socket size than I have. Oh. Oh, please. I was about to say I don't think I got a socket handy that fits that size, but then I realized I think I do. I think this one's the right size here. There we go. I like to make sure that I've got those secure so that if I ever have to take the board out, that I don't like start to unthread the standoff with the board, because then it can be really hard to get it out. All right. So now okay, this is not one of those cases that has a removable motherboard tray. I wish it did, but it doesn't. I didn't choose wisely for my case with that respect. Okay. I think I got the standoffs lined up. There we go. All right. That's done. So now for the motherboard screw. I think I need an M3, which is going to be this one here. All right. We'll have this board in here momentarily. Okay, one. A general rule when installing the screws is if there is a ground ring around the screw, as long as the screw head doesn't impede on a trace. Well, that's not working. Hold, please. Like for this screw here, because it is so close to traces, that's usually where I'll use a... this case does have a removable hard drive tray. I forgot that. Oh well, too late. I forgot you could remove the motherboard tray on this one. Or the hard drive tray. Okay. Alright, because the screw is so close to traces, that's where I'll use one of these little insulation gaskets, just to make sure I don't, like, short against a via. As for these two here, they're not close enough to traces, so I'm not going to insulate them. But for some reason, this one standoff is using a different thread screw than the others, probably because it's not the same standoff. So I'm trying to figure out which screw it is designed to actually take. And hold on. Oh, yeah, there we go. Of course, it's using a hard drive screw. Whatever. All right. Because the screw that this standoff because I used two of the original standoffs and one from one of these kits. Because this screw head is so much bigger, I'm afraid it might actually touch the trace. This is just weird that it uses this big screw, but well, I actually test fit it, and it's what it uses. Oh, wait. Wait, yeah, I want to make sure I have a good ground, but I also don't want to... I don't like to put screws in that are going to touch the... or potentially short with a trace that is near the screw hole. So, yeah, I've got one that has no insulation. It's the one here. This one has no insulation because it could take us... there's enough room around the screw that the screw head is in no risk of actually touching a trace. This one, the screw is larger, and I was kind of afraid if I actually screw it down with the screw head, it might actually break the solder mask. And then this one here, there's vias like really close to the screw, so like uncomfortably close. Again, I didn't want to like risk damaging the solder mask. So this one's got a ground connection. All right. There we go. The motherboard is in. And I'm going to have to probably find the photo of the system here at some point soon. All right, let me go ahead and plug the power in. All right, so power is connected, black in the middle. All right. Get those later. All right. Let me find my photo here real quick. Hold on one moment here. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, and I got sidetracked and didn't actually look at the photo. All right. We've got the motherboard in. Not where I'm looking at the photo. Okay, so when I put the computer together, the CD-ROM drive, and then the 5 1/4 inch floppy, and then the 3.5 inch drive was in the top 3.5 inch bay. So we're good there. Pretty sure it was a Mitsumi floppy drive. Okay. So I had the hard drive. All right. When I said rebuild, I really did mean rebuild. I had the hard drive. Okay. Now, I have used some creative license here. I tried, and if Jesse was in the chat, he would probably attest that I gave it a valiant try. Because then Jesse found this hard drive and it tested good and he sent it to me. I tried to get one of the drives that I had in back in the day. I failed miserably after several attempts even. apparently the Mac Store hard drives back in the day were awful in terms of long-term reliability. So I was not actually able to find a working Mac Store 1.6 gigabyte hard drive. That is how wonderful they were. I'm not worried about noise. After all, I'm pretty sure that back in the day I would have had noise issues if there was noise, so I'm not worried about it. Anyways, yeah, I tried finding a Mac Store 1.6 gigabyte hard drive. I mean, I found them. In fact, there's probably still some on eBay. I don't remember if I had the 1670 or the 1626. I think I bought at least one of each, and they were all dead. So Jesse sent me this Western Digital 1.6 gigabyte hard drive. So it's not the same brand, but it's at least a working hard drive. So that is like one of the alterations I did just in the name of actually being able to put a working system together is I decided to go for at least capacity accuracy. And if I can ever find one of the actual Mac Store drives that actually still works, then I'll get one. I gave up on the yeah, good smaller size hard drives are getting harder to find of any make. Yes, I agree with that. That is definitely true. Also, another thing where I've used Creative License is the amount of RAM, because the thing is, in my picture, you cannot actually see. I mean, here's my blurry photo. Unfortunately, the memory is conveniently behind all sorts of ribbon cables. And I have another blurry photo that I didn't think to move the ribbon cables. Yeah. So anyways, I don't know how much memory I actually had installed. So the way I decided how much memory to put in this system is this motherboard actually had RAM included in the auction. So I just decided that I was going to leave installed whatever amount of RAM came with the board if it worked. And this RAM does work. It is definitely period correct RAM. In fact, actually, I'm looking at the date codes on the RAM. I think it might actually be slightly newer. Oh, no, actually, it was made in 96. So, yeah. Anyways, so I would have bought the RAM in 97. So this RAM's a little older, but at least it is period correct. I don't remember how much RAM it is. But, anyways, that's how I decided how much RAM to go with, because you can't see it in the photo, and I don't remember how much I bought, because I didn't, some of the records about the system were lost to time, and due to a incident with a backup. All right, now this 5¼ inch drive, I'm pretty sure is the same one that I had, because luckily I took a picture of the front of the machine, and because of the shape of the eject lever and the shape of this recess, I'm pretty sure I got the same one that I had. It is a Panasonic, and luckily it's like a fairly decent match to the case, I think. I mean, now, of course, the ironic thing is, how much did I use my 5¼ inch drive I had back in the day? 0. Oh yeah, that's actually a nice match. And for CD-ROM drives, here's another place where I've taken a slight liberty. So in my original system, I can definitely tell I had a 16-speed A-open CD-ROM drive because the faceplate matches this one. I remember it having these ventilation holes in it. Now, this is, but it had a 16-speed mark on the front. You can actually see that. Even though it's blurry, you can see it says 16X if you zoom in. This is a 20X. It's the closest I can find speed-wise to what I had. I mean, it doesn't say 20X here because this was an IBM. If you note, it has an IBM FRU number on it. So this was pulled out of an IBM or an IBM spare. But, I mean, this is the closest I can find to what I had. So, for now, until I can find... Unless I can find the 16-speed A-open drive, the 20-speed will have to do. Because I just... kind of one of those... I was able to identify what I had, but I can't find what I had. So, in order to put the computer together, I went for... Well, actually, at first, I didn't realize that was the correct drive. I bought it for another project. It was only when I received it and I realized, wait a minute, this is like what I needed for this one. So, anyways, I bought that IBM drive for an IBM. I ended up buying another IBM pull for that IBM. It's a slightly faster drive. Jeremy says, if I were to build a replica of the first PC I owned, it would be expensive. Well, I probably spent more on this rebuild than I would probably wanted to. But I wanted to do it, and when I found the parts, well, I guess it was kind of one of those, once I started finding parts, it was kind of, I committed to it. All right, what says screws does a 5 1/4 inch drive use? Nope, it's not those. It is going to be, I believe, these ones. Yes. All right. And I believe the CD-ROM drive takes the same screws. Yeah, it is a nice looking drive. I have to say that even though I completely accidentally bought that IBM drive, because I had bought it for, I've got an IBM PC 350, and I had totally bought it for that computer because it's like it's a Pentium level system. I kind of thought it needed a CD-ROM drive. My youngest brother and sister-in-law had sent me a eBay gift card for Christmas. I saw that IBM drive. It was like it was like, I'd been watching the drive, and it was at a decent price. And it looked like it was in good shape, and in the photos, it didn't look like it had yellowed much. And in fact, actually, after having seen the drive and put it in this case, I don't think the CD-ROM drive had yellowed much. But I kind of thought, oh, well, it's a good match for that IBM computer because it's a 20-speed. Like, yeah, that's a good match for that IBM. It'd be a nice drive. It'll complement it. And then I get it, and I realize once I got it and I start looking at it, having it in my hand, I'm like, yeah, I think this might actually be like the one I've been looking for my first PC rebuild. Because I got to looking, once I actually had it in my hand and I was looking at the holes in it all around it, even though they were in the photo, they were in the auction photo. So it's not like I didn't see the auction photo And not like it was a surprise that there were speed holes in the CD-ROM drive when I got it. It's kind of the thing was, though, kind of one of the, you see a picture of something and it's one thing, but when you actually have it in your hand and it brings back that memory of you actually having the CD-ROM in your hand, putting it in your computer, it is like a completely different thing. And I think that's when it dawned on me that it was like as close as I was going to come to the CD-ROM drive for this computer until I can actually find a 16 speed. Because I actually had it in my hand and it was reactivating memory cells. It's one thing to see a picture of it, but then when you actually hold it in your hand and you're like, yes, I think this is actually what I've been looking for. Close enough. Also, I guess when I say this is my first PC rebuild for, I guess, the record, the, my first PC, I'm considering it the one that it was like mine. I owned it. I built it. I owned it. It was not a family PC. As if I were trying to find our original family PC, then, well, actually, I'd just call Adam and say, hey, Adam, I want to buy an Apple II Plus. And he'd be like, okay, sure, here's your price. I think I might have, actually, I think I might have spent less on that than I did for all the parts combined on this thing. But, I'm sure Adam would probably say, yeah, let me know when you want an Apple II Plus. But no, this was like, the first PC I owned was one like here. All right, so I got the CD-ROM drive in. I got the 5 1/4 inch floppy drive in. I think there's a slight misalignment in the front panel. But yeah, look at that. Now, realize I bought this case well after these two drives. I bought these two drives from two different sellers, so it's not like they had the drives in the same photo. So I would have not been able to tell how similarly yellowed those were from the eBay photos as a white balance on pictures. And this case I only got like recently, like last week. That is like a super nice color match. That usually doesn't happen. Now, somewhere I have a Mitsumi floppy drive, because I'm pretty sure that's the one I need. Although that NEC... All right, let me look at my blurry photo. Shows the front of the case. All right, let's get a good look at the floppy drive. All right, this is kind of one of those. All right. So there's the floppy. So yeah, you can see in my photo, there's my CD-ROM drive. There's the 16x. We're using high quality, high technology sharing here. So you can see the 16x max. There's the floppy drive. And it's the shape of that eject handle and that recess. And I can definitely tell it's a green LED. Now, the floppy drive, this one's a bit harder to guess at because there were a lot of floppy drives that look, it's like they're almost the same. So here's the NEC floppy drive that was in this case. And I can't tell because the NEC floppy drive has this recess here. And I can't tell from the photo, although it kind of does look like it might actually have a matching recess. I don't know. I'm not convinced that that's. That eject button looks too small. That eject button looks too small compared to the photo. All right, let me go find the Mitsumi drive that I think I've got somewhere. I think it. All right, unfortunately, I believe it's not going to be a nice color match like these other drives. But I'm pretty sure that I have Mitsumi drive. So let's see what it looks like in comparison to that NEC if I can find it. I believe that one is a. Oh, okay, that's not going to be it. Let me see. Maybe it's in this computer case. Oh, let me guess. I have like made a mistake and I have like 3 NEC floppy drives. Oh, that is. Oh, that's a TX drive. Okay. No, I do not believe TX is the right one. Its eject button is similarly small like the NEC. Okay. Trying to remember where the Mitsumi floppy drive was. Alright, that's the stack of Samsung drives are also the wrong faceplate color. Alright. One moment. Oh, wait. Is that it? No, that's the Samsung. And it too, the button doesn't look like the right shape. Okay, this may be a case where I just use that NEC drive until I find the correct one. But haven't quite given up yet. But that's definitely an NEC one. I know I had a Mitsumi around here somewhere. Thought I had one and didn't order one, but in reality, drive I set eyes on and thought was a Mitsumi drive was actually not. I guess I should order one. No, that's fine. I don't actually need a copy drive. Let me give it one last look. I mean, I can get a floppy drive. probably a case of it's in my eBay saved list, and I've stared at it long enough that that's how familiar it started to look. And that's hold on, hold on. I think I might have found it. Yeah, that actually looks like that might be a Mitsumi floppy drive. Oh yeah, that's a Mitsumi. Okay, all right. I found one. It's in a case that's kind of not doesn't have uniformly yellow drive, so I think I have no qualms of reallocating it. And actually, I think I just found a second one if I can get the drive out of the computer. All right, hold please, because if this one, actually, hold on, that doesn't look right. This one may not be a Mitsumi. Okay, one of these two is. Okay, I'm pretty sure this one's a Mitsumi. All right, let's see what I got here. So the one drive, I ended up pulling the faceplate off when I tried to pull the drive out of the case because there's stuff stacked on the case. All right, so it definitely has about the right size button on it. The color's a pretty good match for the case too. All right, if that's a Mitsumi mechanism, I don't think it's TIAC, Jeremy. The TIACs have the wrong size eject button. All right, so this one here in this case, at least the TIAC I have, the TIAC 3.5 inch I have, has the wrong size eject button. All right, so this one, I think this is, I think this one's the match that I'm looking for. All right, let me remove it from this case. Sorry, case. I'll just have to give you another floppy drive later. I promise you, I'll get you a high quality um high quality drive to replace this Mitsumi that I'm stealing. Actually, I'll probably just put the TIAC from this other case in in here because my first PC rebuild is a rebuild project. I'm trying to be as accurate as I've been able to research it. This other PC here is just a 486 build. It doesn't really matter what brand drives it has in it, as long as they work. I'm actually probably going to put a different motherboard in this one anyways, because I don't particularly care for the 486 board I've got in here. All right. All right. Oh, oh, this is a weird case. Okay, whatever. I have to pull the floppy drive out backwards. Whatever. Oh. Oh, that's a. Okay, that is a weird case. Yeah, apparently this case I have the other this drive in. It has side rails on one side. Okay, so the top one is the floppy drive that's in the case that's on the floor that's got stuff on top of it. The bottom one is the one I just pulled out of this tower that's a 486. I noticed the floppy drive shapes are very close. The LEDs are different size. Notice the one on the bottom smaller. I think they are both Mitsumi mechanisms. All right, so this one will require cleaning. Now, let's look at the photo. So here's the photo of the floppy drive, the 3.5-inch floppy drive. And notice how the LED kind of looks small. Oh, yeah. This is our drive right here. Since I have the photo zoomed to be about actual size, yeah, it's definitely that size LED. Yeah, it's definitely not that bigger rectangular one. All right, there we go. I had the floppy drive the whole time. I hope I don't lose that side rail. Oh, and actually, that's actually an extra special quirk and feature of this tower case. Only the 3.5-inch drives use side rails. And I only have the one side rail. Great. Well, I guess I won't be putting a zip drive in that 486. Or if I do, it'll have to be in a 5.25-inch drive bay. Oh, that is so annoying. Yeah, for sure. The 3.5-inch drives use. Yep. Use a rail. Probably because that tower case doesn't. You can't remove the motherboard, so I think I know why they did it now that I look at it. It's so that the one screw that holds the 3.5-inch drive in is in a spot where you can get to it with the motherboard in the case. Okay, this drive I think has a broken clip or something. Nothing that I can't like fix with a little bit of creativity. All right. Okay, let me put this other case to the side and I'll deal with the fact that I swiped its floppy drive later. I'll put that NEC drive. Put the NEC drive, floppy drive in it. Replace the Seems appropriate. Replace a Japanese drive with a Japanese drive. All right. Oh, 10 till 12. Where does time go when we're having fun? Because I gotta clean this Mitsumi floppy drive. I didn't realize how crusty dirty it was. All right. Yes, and to that point, Jeremy, yes, for the 486 tower, that's just a 486 tower. That's a sample system. I could put a GoTech in it. I mean, yes, although I don't have enough GoTechs to put in everything, which is why I still use a lot of real floppy drives when I have real floppy drives. But for my rebuild, I want it to be authentic. And actually, now that I see this floppy drive and the model number, it seems really familiar. Of course, that's probably because we sold a lot of this particular Mitsumi floppy drive model because it was, well, a fairly good price. Okay, so the weird thing is the clip is not actually broken. Oh, it may be that the metal is bent out. I bet someone's been in this floppy drive before. Something tells me I'm going to get these covers off and find that this drive is atrocious inside. And I still have to deal with the CPU fan I got for the rebuild, which isn't quite the exact CPU fan, but I might make a sticker to put on top of the fan to make it look closer to the one that's in the picture. Basically, the problem is the CPU fan that's in the picture looks like it has a green and white sticker on the top of the fan. And I am not a fan for overpaying for socket 7 coolers. Overpaying for coolers is just not cool. You think I'm going to stop saying puns because it's getting late? Nope, I'll say more, not less, because it's getting late. My tech makes it look so easy to get into these drafts. There we go. Look at that. We have a dusty one. I'm going to use my dust brush that looks absolutely nothing like Mike Tech's to kind of get some of this dust out. And then I'm going to realize that it's going to take too long to do it that way. And yeah, Sadmax says I like puns. Well, good, you're in the right place. I say lots of puns. And so that I don't blow anyone's eardrums out, I will mute here while I dust the thing out real quick. There we go. And now the Justin. Sadback says, I get puns in stereo between two of my friends. That's a good one. I like that one. All right. Let's give this drive just a little bit of TLC. We'll clean the drive heads. Oh wow. You know, I don't like how flimsy the drive heads are on the top. Okay, well, that looks pretty good. All right. And I can definitely tell that the lead screw has seen better lubrication days. All right. Now, let's see here. Okay. Got some white lithium. Let me let that isopropyl flash off a little more. While I do that, I'm going to put a cleaning disc in here. Not that it will clean without power, but because I'm not too worried about what this might do to a cleaning disc if it's all jacked up. Because I did just manually clean the heads. Okay. Well, the rest of the mechanism seems fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm serious too. Yes, Sad Mac. I wouldn't. I would not accuse someone of lying about puns because there's probably puns about lying about puns. All right. Wish I had some lithium grease that had just a little bit better stick to it power than this stuff, but it's probably fine. I mean, it's a floppy drive, and I'm not likely to actually. I mean, it's not likely to get heavy use. I mean, it'll get some use, but it's also not like I can't take it apart when I get something better and, like, take another go at lubricating the lead screw. All right. Okay, I think that looks decent. The mechanism seems to be working okay. Lead screw's got lubrication. I cleaned the floppy heads. All right. It's the dust has been blown out of it, which is probably the biggest thing. Let me see if I can't get it back together. I have to say, this is like a weird sandwich of a. I bet they put these metal halves together like this to keep you from taking the drive apart. There we go. There we go. Okay. I think with that bottom off, now I think I can get the top, because the bottom kind of snaps over the top. Now I think I can get the top back on. There we go. I think that's lined up. Let me see if I can bend this. All right, and now all right, and now let me see if I can. I think this side needs to go on first because there's two tabs. And then I think we can. And I think there might be. There we go. All right. Then let's see here. That's the weird thing is the tab doesn't look broken, but it's like it's bent out. Oh, I think it might be bent out of shape. All right. I very gently pressed on it. See if I could get it back into. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think I very carefully pressed it back far enough over so now it's catching so the faceplate shouldn't like come off too easily. So there we go. I think this is the floppy drive. It's a D359T5 from Mitsumi Neutronics. Yeah, a slight amount of heat might help, and that might be how I got it back into place. Was just, I mean, a little bit of heat from my fingers. I don't think it needed much. Just a little bit of persuasion. All right, let's put the floppy drive in here, and then probably where I'm going to. Well, if I can get the floppy drive in. There we go. All right. I mean, I think this case is maybe just a little bit like warped. I mean, this case has had a hard knock life. It's been, I mean, it was a budget oriented case, probably in the late 90s. It had someone build a system in it. Theoretically, that person cared for their system, or maybe not. It got moved around, I don't know how many times. It ultimately got sent to e waste, where it became a potential eBay regret. And then it got shipped to me. And, and here it is now on the stream. I bit this case in 1997. Didn't think it would be on YouTube in 2024. And in fact, I'm sure the fine folks at Walnut, if that was actually their company name, would probably in 1997, if I told them, hey, your case is going to be on YouTube in the future, they'd be like, what's a YouTube? Yeah, Jeremy, let's not get that song stuck in anyone's head, or that might suffer a copyright strike in their head. And I think I got that song stuck in my head. So luckily, Content ID can't match what's going through my head right now yet. I'm sure maybe someday, but not right now. Sorry, YouTube. Content ID can't match the song that's going through my head right now. Because if it did, we'd all be in trouble. All right. Yep, I will get this screwed in, and then I will reveal how well that floppy drive actually matches the case. Interestingly enough, this floppy drive did not come from eBay. It was that computer was actually one I got at a swap meet for like $5. Or no, actually I think it was $10. Because I think that's the first PC. Oh wow. I don't think I could have planned that any better if I'd tried. Look at that. This floppy drive was in a computer I got for like $5 or $10. Basically, I got 3 computers for $20 at the System Source swap meet back in July. That floppy drive was there. I hadn't decided to do a rebuild of this yet. So little would I know that that floppy drive I bought back in July would match this case like so closely. That's actually a pretty good match. Unfortunately for this build for tonight, it is now past midnight. And that's kind of where I'm going to draw the stream to a close. Although, I am going to go ahead and put the expansion cards, and whoever put these brackets in used the wrong screws, I believe. But, well, I'm going to go ahead and put the expansion cards in so that I don't misplace them. But then I'm going to... I know you'd probably like me to power up the system, but it is kind of... It's getting late, and I do have to work tomorrow. And I don't really want this to turn into a potential I'm still streaming at 1 a.m. stream, because I will be... that would not help me tomorrow at work, because... Okay. So, in the bottommost ISA slot, which I don't have a card for, that's where I had the modem originally. You can't see where I'm pointing, because if I push this case any further back, I'm going to knock things off my bench. But there are 4 ISA slots. The lowermost one was a modem. I have not been able to find that modem, and I'm probably not going to try, because there's not much I could do with it. All right, the next card was the radio card that I had. This is not the same one I had, because I believe after studying the photo further, I had one that actually connected by serial. So it basically was just drawing power from the ISA bus. This one's actually controlled over the ISA bus somehow. I don't know what port it's using, but also I think the one I had had an audio cable that ran outside the system. Because the sound card I had only has like one internal audio input. But this was better. These radio cards are hard to find, so having one was better than not having one. All right, then this is the sound card. I know this is, I'm pretty sure this is the sound card I had. It matches too closely. Anyways, it only has one CD in. I believe the radio card I had back in the day would have been going into the line in externally from the card. But for now, I'll have to go with the radio card that I was able to find. And, well, hopefully the fact that I have two items in the CD-ROM audio input's not a problem as long as they're not playing at the same time. All right. I think this. Okay, there's definitely something that's out of square here. Oh. Oh, I think the motherboard might be slightly crooked. Ah, all right. Well, that might be it. I think the motherboard is slightly crooked. There's also a dust bunny I missed somehow. All right. Yeah, how is this motherboard slightly crooked? But it definitely is. All right. Let me loosen the screws. Oh. There we go. That might actually, I think the motherboard may be better. Now will the sound card go in? No. All right. Oh, maybe. There we go. The case might be slightly warped. Okay. So, modem, radio card, sound card. And then from what I can tell, I had the video card, which I've misplaced the bracket for. I do have the bracket. I've misplaced it. I had the video card in this slot here. But at least now, all right, at least now I won't misplace the cards. Now that they are in the case, I will find the bracket at some point for the video card. I have some zinc spray I will probably use to give it a metallic coating again so that it doesn't look rusty, because it kind of, it's rusty enough it doesn't look good. That way, at least it's still conductive because it is serving as an RF shield. All right, I guess I can put the slot cover in this lower slot. I may, just so that this computer could connect to the internet, I may put a ISA network card in, especially if I can find one that would play the part. Because I know when I built this computer, we had dial-up internet, so it had a dial-up modem. We didn't have cable internet until I was in college. And I know that because I'm the one that paid for the cable internet at first. Or at least a portion of it. That was how I convinced mom and dad to get cable internet. Because I was like, I paid for part of it. Maybe that was after I graduated college. Because I guess I didn't really need fast internet while I was in college. Because I would have been doing homework at school. Then again, maybe. Again, maybe I did. I don't. Anyways, at some point I convinced mom and dad to get cable internet, and I chipped in part of it. Somewhat easy to do because everyone was tired of me being on the phone all the time to be able to get to the internet. So, Anyways, all right. So this is. I wish I had been able to get further on this build, and I'm hoping the error that I am seeing from. No, I don't know what that error is about. YouTube is not something or other. Oh, something tells me my internet. Comcast was probably getting jealous about me talking about a different cable provider because Comcast was not the cable provider in the area where I lived at the time. So I was not subscribing to Comcast at the time. Funny how that works. Anyways, so we've got the motherboard in the case. We got a power supply in the case. We've got the hard drive, 2 floppy drives, and a CD-ROM drive in the case. Got the expansion cards in. I don't know what I did with the bracket for the video card. Anyways, got it all in the case, but it is now like 12:15, and I'm getting the impression that I might be having internet problems, potentially. So, therefore, I think I'm going to go ahead and call the stream. I really kind of would like to test it, but I think it's time to call the stream before I actually have internet problems. I wish I could. Oh, I know what this cover went to. So anyways, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe and turn on notifications because this computer will definitely be back on the bench to finish it at some point. Hopefully sooner rather than later. I do know that it is April Apples. So if you want April Apples merch, you can go to my new web shop, shop.jdmcs.com. If you want April Apples content, I have to bother to actually take a photo of it so I can put it on the thumbnail. But I am going to pull the Apple II GS on the bench on Thursday. So there we go. Thursday is going to be an April Apple stream. Apple II GS, it needs a recap. So we'll see how that goes. But anyways, I've got the cap kits. I just have to pull it on the bench. So we'll work on the Apple II GS. That sounds like fun. Anyways, Jeremy says show it booted on social media. Yeah, when I get a chance, I'll show it booted on social media if I don't decide to just wait for another stream. I will show it working. Yes, I have merch. You know, I should probably put a link in the chat. Because I think I forgot to put it in the description. Yes, let me put the discount code off. I can type, which I can't. Anyways, yes, shop.jdmcs.com. You will notice that I have April Apples merch. It is the official place to get your April Apples merch. And if you use the code AppleFools, then that is good for 7% off all April Apples merch. Now, if you are a channel supporter at Pastors and Sundries and above, then you will want to go to Patreon or Ko-fi or YouTube, depending on where you are the channel supporter. And there is a different discount code for you that is good for 10% off. And that is actually good for 10% off all merch. However, if you go to the store, you will realize the only thing I have up at the moment is April Apples merch. But at least I wanted to make sure you are aware that there is a special code for you and you get a slightly larger discount. Stream's delay from RT is real. Well, I'm about to fix the problem by ending the stream. Yeah, I think my internet is like going up and down in bandwidth. So that's probably why the audio is not synchronized. I'm just going to put up with it because I am about to close the stream. Probably changing camera sources may fix the problem. I don't know. But anyway, smash that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications, leave a comment. Let me know how I did with this build. Let me know how I did with matching drives to this case, because I bought these drives at, 3 different times. And then the case was, I didn't have the case when I bought these 3 drives, and they came from 3 different sources. I don't think I could have done much better, even if I had been able to color match when I bought the drives. So anyway, yeah, let me know how you think I did with the color match. I realize my build might be controversial because it is like an exact rebuild, but well, I mean, you can comment about that too. But I'd like to know what you think about my how well my color match drives are. Oh, audio is synced. Great, just in time for me to end the stream. But anyways, yeah, hope to see you all Thursday for the Apple II GS April Apples. See here, I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, I forgot to do channel announcements at the beginning, and I can't think of anything that needs to be said now because I don't have an active coffee goal at the immediate moment. But I'll probably set one by Thursday because I kind of would like some parts to fix computer, so maybe computer will be my April Apples coffee goal. Anyways, yes. Hi, Dave. Welcome. I was just about to end the stream. But anyways, let's see here. Yeah, I guess I'm glad you all joined. I'm glad we could get this far on the computer. Glad that okay, maybe I shouldn't have adjusted the LED display the hard way because that would have maybe saved me enough time to actually power this up. I do know that at least the CD-ROM drive and the hard drive work, and the motherboard and the RAM and everything. I have had all this on the bench before. If I remember, I will link the previous live stream where I had a bunch of this on the bench and powered up, so you can at least see that, yes, a good portion of these parts actually work. And in fact, I already have Windows 95 installed on this hard drive. So as soon as I reconnect everything, it should boot right into Windows 95, knock on metal workbench. Anyways, yes. I would like to be able to get computer running for April Apples. Computer, I need to get a good estimate how much it's going to cost to fix computer because it needs a bunch of logic chips replaced. Anyways, I'm glad everyone joined me for tonight. Tune in next time for the Apple II GS. I think I'm pretty much just trying to make sure that I have everything squared away because I'm pretty much going to leave everything on the workbench the way it is now, and at least now I know that it will be easy to clean up on Thursday if I realize that at the last minute, that I forgot to come down here and clean it up before then. Anyways, have a great rest of your evening. Hope to see you all here next time. And I realized there we go. Gotta make sure my mouse is on the correct place, so take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.